I've been pretty disappointed with how runs have been today. I'm letting the game win, but that's okay. I'm doing another run out of Salty run back status, and this is probably a bad idea, and I'll probably quit halfway through it and, like, you know, be upset afterwards. But, I don't really care right now. I'll stream until I don't feel like doing anything else, and I'm just not gonna let the game win. I don't care. Thanks to good lucks. Yes, I'm doing another run because I hated last run, and I want to like this run instead. How last one go? Terrible. Worst Hades Cup I think I have ever seen. Prior to that was a pretty trash Kurt fight, so with all that said and done, post-game or last hour was pretty awful. And coupled with the fact the first 2 hours had pretty bad RNG for most of it, the run itself in general was just really not that good. So, yeah. Unfortunate. I know I can do it. It's a matter of, will the game, like, not dick me? I can't help that. I'm too good at the game, dude. I just need the game to cooperate if I want to see improvements. That's kind of the frustrating part of speedrunning after a while. I don't have any, like, 30-second time save, or 30-plus second time save, because I can just, like, not make a mistake. I just need the game not to be too trashy to me. Today, please? Maybe? Holy. Hey, coconuts just went extinct for like 10 years. Holy shit. You like Chipotle mayo on your sandwiches? That's a random piece of trivia. That's cool to know. If we ever meet at an event, I'll remember that. We go to a place. I too like homey mustard on my burgers. Not the honey, the homey mustard. Dodge. Thank you. Didn't say a single word there. Oops. It is fun until special hardless kill your runs consistently because they don't show up for 30 seconds. Kinda thinking maybe I should just leave this category for now because it's kind of been getting to me a bit. So I don't know about that. Pretty happy with the time I have now, but I'm also thinking I kind of want to move on to other things, and another small improvement wouldn't really mean tremendously to me. I'm kind of at that point where there isn't really too many spots where I can save a tremendous amount of time if a fight goes really well, and even if I can, that fight's kind of RNG reliant anyway, so I don't know. Is it really worth playing 4.5 hours just to save like maybe another 30 or so seconds? Question I'm asking myself, and I guess the answer in the at the current state of mind is yes. That's why I'm doing it, but kind of going back and forth. I know I'm capable of one more reasonable PB and then I'd be happy, but I don't want to run this category to the extent I end up like not really enjoying it very much. I'll figure it out. I think I'll run it until I just don't really have the patience for it anymore, because we kind of gotten to that point already where time is proving to be hard to beat, so we'll see. At least with the other categories, there isn't like an astounding amount of RNG that can kind of throw a run really badly. I mean, there definitely is, of course, but JJ has a tremendous amount compared to the other categories, and it's just not fun at the end of the day to lose runs because you just have to wait for the game to let you pass. Unless you're willing to put up with it. Problem is, this category is a lot longer than the other two, so... JJ does midday because there's certain things you'll want for super bosses, which you won't have access to in time if you don't pick midday. And as virtue of that, we cannot be level 7 for this fight in time, so we just don't bother with it. All worlds in any percent you kill soldiers on the way, but JJ it makes no difference. So I'd rather just not lose time attacking unnecessary enemies. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't have all the patience in the world. I do have my limits. Honestly, I was considering just kind of turning off stream and just being done, and that'd be the end, because I was kind of a bit soured on the back of how that last run ended, but... give it one more shot. If this run doesn't really turn out, I think I'm just gonna leave for now. Because today's runs of JJ have not been the most enjoyable. That's a good idea, Polly. We gotta get you 420 subs first, though. So we'll have to work on that. That's what I mean. I feel like I would have a lot more motivation at this point to kind of fixate on the other categories, because JJ, it is very fun, and I love to showcase it. But, goddamn, dude, like, it's just... unless you get the perfect RNG for certain things, you just lose, like, 10 to 15 seconds, and that really fucking hurts in beginner mode. If it was like another difficulty, maybe not horrible, but 10 to 15 is kind of a lot for this difficulty mode with how fast other things are, so I don't know, man. I'm still very happy with what I've accomplished, especially in a short time frame, but there's no point running the category if you're just not really feeling it anymore, so. How does it feel to be so close to the sweep? Well, I mean, I'm trying not to really think about it too much, because if it happens, it happens. There's always a chance someone, you know, reclaims a record or takes a title away from me, like a world record time away from me in the middle of the grind. It hasn't happened yet, but Violin's been really popping off in standard mode lately. So I wouldn't be surprised if he was able to take that before I could get a beginner mode record, so. I would like to do it, and it'd be cool, and I'll go back to standard to try to see that through in that case, but simultaneously, if I fixate on it, it's going to distract me from what I'm trying to do right now, so. I wish him the best of luck, and I wish myself the best of luck with whatever the both of us have in mind for our goals and stuff, and that's just how speedrunning is, man. Crowd and standard any percent can definitely be pushed lower, especially standard. So I mean, those things I would still definitely keep an eye on, but for every other category that isn't really getting too much activity right now, probably okay, but it's definitely the any percents to pay attention to as far as getting the whole sweep that I have to be careful with. Missed pretty good at KH1, fun fact. Yeah, I'd say so. Only 11 records on PC.
Mist cannot skip this cutscene because...
well, I mean, I guess 10, but if you're counting the Platinum Trophy run, I have that as well, so. 10 on PC, 1 on PS4/5. Actually, more than that. I have a couple on PS4/5, because no one runs the other categories. Like, I have the level 1 times for the console, I have crowd any percent for console. Yeah, I've done pretty well with KH1. I think it'll be interesting when I really focus in on a different KH game, though, because KH1 is basically like home to me. And I have other ambitions I'd like to do with the rest of the series, especially since 4 is now in development. I'd like to try to get as much stuff done as I can before I really fixate on that when the time comes. Because streams are pretty much going to be nothing but KH4 down the line, at least for a decent bit of time when that's brand new. PB panel disappear? Maybe. I haven't checked. People check below the fucking stream title? What the fuck? What is wrong with you? Reason the 100% category and the Platinum Trophy category are different on speedrun.com? Yes. You don't need every gummy blueprint to get plat, you only need 30. And you also, there's probably a few things here and there, like you don't have to complete, what's it called? The solo cup or time trial for the other cups aside from Pegasus and Hades Cup. And a few other strange things like that. I guess I'll check that after stream, but that's weird. Maybe something dumb happened when I was editing my info there the other day. Don't ever play PS3. If I ever do anything else with KH1, it's gonna be PS2. Just because the games generally are different, like vanilla and JP and stuff like that. But I don't think I see myself, what's it called? Doing KH1, 60 FPS KH1 on anything besides PC. Yo, Under Oath, thank you for the good luck. I appreciate that. At least PS3 KH1 is decent. Not as good as HD 60 FPS versions like PS4 and PC, but I guess when you have 2.5 on PS3 just kind of sitting there, 1.5 on PS3 is just kind of breathing a sigh of relief. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, KH1 on PS3 is fine. It's very slow compared to modern day stuff, but I mean, for the time it was good. And even then, there's still like some kind of charm with it, because there are some strats that are specific to how the loads are on PS3 and even PS2 as an extension of that. I think I'm gonna want to take a break from KH1 on the speedrun sensibility though, once I achieve most of my stuff on, in this game, basically. I still have a lot of stuff left to do with it, but simultaneously, I feel like I almost kind of leave KH1 as a sort of safety zone or comfort zone kind of thing, and I feel like I need to kind of push my boundaries a bit more and explore a few more things. So I'm probably going to be focusing more on 3 and 2 in the future. I'd like to get back into running 2 more effectively, because it's been quite a while since I've touched that. Same with 3, but 3 I don't have as many things I want to do with as 2, so I feel like I can just kind of do that for a bit and then really focus on 2. I think I said after I'm pretty happy with most of my times on KH1 on PC, I'm going to do a recomp plat run, because that's been in the works and been a plan for a while now. And generally speaking, I think I have a route pretty much finalized and strats practiced for various stuff required to finish that. So probably expect that to happen in the next like 2 or so months, I would say. I don't know, I guess it just really depends on how everything goes over, because I'm still waiting on the games list for GDQ to see if I'm going to be participating in the marathon or not. Just been kind of messing around, figuring out what to do for the last week or so. Because if KH1 doesn't get in, or at the very least if I'm not a part of KH1 stuff, or just like anything GDQ oriented, then I can just do whatever I really wish to, but I'll need to think about practicing for the event and other stuff like that and just kind of make a schedule accordingly to that. So I'm a little bit lost as far as what I really want to do with streams right now, and I've just been kind of filling the void with whatever I feel like right now. By the time May rolls around, which is only like a handful of days from now, I'll have it all figured out though, or have a pretty substantial amount figured out, either way. My parents said the same thing when they finished school. They're just like, okay, I don't know what to do now. There's always that awkward gap between graduation and I guess just like genuinely finding stuff to do. But I think you said you still have boards to work out, so I guess you're just kind of filling the gap in between those. But yeah, still just trying to kind of fill the void with whatever else might be a little tough sometimes. Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, sometimes I'm just a little bit tunnel visioned on one idea. Happens a lot, especially when I'm focused on a pretty big collectathon type of run like this, where it's extremely easy to forget just one small thing that you need for the criteria, so. It's just that I think to myself, I've played this game for an extensive period of time, like way longer than 7 hours though, at a moment's notice. So I mean, I don't know, I don't really view 7 hours as being too draining on me, personally. But I know everyone's different, it just depends on what people are used to. It is a long time, but I've gone... This is also the same person that's done a fucking 22.5 hour PS3 plat run, so... If I have a particularly long session, like 8 to 12 hours, it's whatever to me. Well, I guess in some kind of victory is at least you finished a run. I have not finished a run today, so I'm kind of feeling a bit meh, because just stuff hasn't been going so hot. But yeah, that's crazy that PS3 loads are just that fucking slow. Feels like another, like, world ago, where we had that as, like, the quote-unquote definitive version of KH2, and that wasn't even the case. People still very much flocked to the PS2 version of the game, even when PS3 was out if they had access to it, just because it was generally better. Yo, Nathan, what's up? But then PS4 came out, and it had a lot of fucking problems too, but then eventually they all got patched, and the game has very little issue on 60 FPS. At least compared to what it was when it was brand new. Now it's like at least a decent version of the game, but Christ almighty. UFM has seen some shit over the years with re-releases. It's really wild to see how KH is nowadays in terms of modern accessibility and just how much faster the games are. Never really thought when I picked this game up on PS3 there would be all these other versions of the game that just generally, for the most part, just sought more improvements for the speedrun sensibility and just general accessibility for anyone who plays the game, whether they're a speedrunner or not. Kinda makes me realize how long I've been in the community, man. 2013, even though it was like literally 9 years ago now, it doesn't feel like it. Probably the oldest active runner, still doing stuff with KH1 in modern day. Let it reach. Wow, I'm surprised it did actually. What the fuck? Thank you, Donald. This split's gonna be nasty in a bad way. Because these power wilds kinda suck. This is at least like a 10-second time loss. Not happy about that. Actually, this might be fine. Wow. Not as rough as I thought. That third room went about as well as I could have hoped for. So I guess I can accept that. Most of those rooms were pretty bad though. It's just I don't have good faith in a good last room when the rooms prior were just so messy. But nice standoff on something decent. That was slow, having to walk around like that. Sounds like pain? Eh, depends. On beginner mode, it's not that bad. There's only a few spots that are like genuinely difficult to achieve, but category's pretty fun for the most part. Gonna cash in for the night. Thanks for watching, man. Have a good night, Almost East. Thank you for the good luck. It's not as painful as level 1, JJ. That's the category you run if you've really got nothing else better to do except just suffer. Proud JJ in modern day is alright because of EXP0, but yeah, if you're talking Proud JJ from the PS2 days, that sucks. Doesn't sound very fun. Sounds like just a worse version of standard JJ, which is already not a great category. I made the silly mistake of getting score. You don't want to get 80 score for this gummy, so it doesn't mess up the gummy menu after TT2 and future gummies. So, oops. It's very easy to go absent-minded and just kind of destroy shit when you're not thinking about it. Especially in the pathway back to Traverse Town on this route, because there's so many fucking obstacles that can potentially like really fuck your day up if you don't blow them up, so... Very hard thing to remind myself to not do, is just like blow up stuff without really thinking about it. Hello, Tuesday. Sucks, Jacob. You'll get it next time, though. It's okay, man.
Goran.
Hello, Egg. How's it going? I've been better. Lost a run to the end of the game, and kind of thinking if I really want to keep doing this category or not. Probably gonna be done after this stream, to be honest. But that's okay. That was a really good save, Aladdin, though. That was really nice. I don't know, I think I'm kind of getting to that point where the category is starting to sort of annoy me with how proper you have to be with execution and RNG for 4 hours, so I'm thinking maybe I want to take a break from this category, but I'm giving one more chance just because I still know I can do it. But I, at the same time, don't want to exhaust myself too much. You get the record for this yet? Yeah. I've had it for a week now. Now, I don't know if I was seeing shit there, but I thought because Donald was in his grabbing animation on the ledge there, and then I forced that cutscene to happen by putting my keyblade in the hole. It looked like Donald warped up to me and he was still in that grabbing animation, even though he warped away from the ledge, and if that's what happened, that's fucking hilarious. I couldn't really look at it too well because of how quick that was, but out of the corner of my eye, that's what it looked like. And in that case, that's funny. That the game acts that way. What's the next category? Beginner all worlds, and then after that is beginner any percent. Actually, I don't even know. It depends if I get accepted into GDQ or not. Then I have to kind of prioritize certain runs I want to be doing since I submitted for that. We'll figure it out though. I'll have answers relatively soon, but beginner all worlds is what I would like to do next, and I guess we'll see if that's what happens or not. Yo, Fox, what up, dude? Good morning. And if not, that just means I have plenty of time and I don't have to worry about meeting deadlines for stuff, so we'll see. Honestly, if I get in versus not get in, it's not going to affect too much because I'm not going to the event this year anyway. With recent stuff that's happened, I'm going to have to do stuff from remote location and I won't actually be at the event. If the race gets accepted, I wouldn't mind someone else kind of taking my place, who might also run KH1, who might also be at the event. Because I don't want to complicate things between a potential race setup from people at the event versus from remote locations. I'd rather not complicate things. Hope your run goes well at least. Runs have been pretty rough today, but that's okay. Still keeping a positive outlook on things, and as frustrated as I've been today, it's not that bad. It's gonna be hard streaming the event from your penthouse in Dubai. Dude, I wouldn't even live there if I had the choice. Do you know how strict the laws are there and shit, man? I'm sure it's a great place, but I'd be, I don't know if I'd really want to go to Dubai or not. Good night, McWiggles, and thank you for the best of luck. Relax. Ooh. Not so good. That was clunky. Yo, Miko, what's up, dude? Finals are rough. Congrats on surviving them. Glad to be here, man. Reason chat's so quiet? No. Just no one feels like typing or talking, including me. My chat's not really known for being very involved, unless something is like of immediate concern that comes up, but not really. It's not abnormal for my chat to be very quiet at some points in the stream, just kind of get used to it. Don't really have anything interesting to say at the moment, just focusing on going fast. I imagine most people just have this on in the background as noise and they're working on other stuff, is the main thing most people have told me, so I just think that's fine. People can do as they wish. I'll chip in once in a while if I have something to say, but otherwise I'm just focused on not going slow. Hello, Logic. Hope I'm well. I hope I'm well, too. I don't know. Today's been kinda meh. Not really feeling this category so much today. I'm thinking just kinda moving on and doing other stuff for the time being, but we'll see. I just know I'm capable of one more noteworthy improvement, but I've gotten to that point where running this game, or running this category is kind of annoying because of the RNG involved now. And it's just kind of detracting from the run, unfortunately. One, Oh my god. Did I even see that right? Okay, good. We'll see. I mean, I'm still happy that I've gotten sub 355. I think that was the main thing I cared about. It's just frustrating to see there's like a handful of like 20-ish second time saves that in my mind I'm like, oh, I can get that. And then I lose 20 seconds somewhere else because the game just really doesn't feel like cooperating. It's just like, man, this category can be very unforgiving, and for how long it is, I don't know if I really like it that much now. I mean, I don't mind it. It's just that there's other things I kind of want to move on to, and I don't know if I really have much patience left for the silliness. Because this category has way more RNG than the other two. We'll see though. I'll make my decision after this run concludes, whether it PBs or not. But I'm thinking, kind of just want to move on to All Worlds. Case in point. I mean, that's normal, just KH1 RNG, but it's the fact I have not only just like base stuff to worry about in terms of RNG, but like the category specific stuff is also not helping in that regard, so just kind of like, eh. Wondering if there's really much more of a point to optimizing this category further right now. How much RNG is in All Worlds? There might actually be less in All Worlds compared to any percent because of more stuff that you need to do to finish the game. So it's a lot less than this category, and I guess stuff that's like generally associated with any percent is involved, but All Worlds doesn't have to worry about certain things, like hook ship misses are still annoying, but they're not as like run ending worthy as any percent would be. What else? I don't really know. Maybe some bits of RNG with Cloud, because of his patterns on certain fights can be kind of obnoxious, and you have to fight Cloud in the prelims and in the World Cup to seal the people of Olympus. There's Shark RNG in Atlantica for the spawn of that. But honestly, it's pretty much the same as any percent with All Worlds. There's only like a few other inclusions, which in general are still pretty simple. Like, there isn't much more RNG added to an All Worlds run that any percent doesn't already have, but JJ adds quite a bit. I can name at least 10 to 20 instances of RNG that you wouldn't have to worry about in any other category. That just kind of makes it obnoxious after a while. I view this as a really nice category if you're just doing it for the sake of completing it, but once you get to the point where you have most facets kind of established and you don't really have a lot of time save in a number of areas by just pure execution, and a lot of it does boil down to RNG, then it just kind of loses its quality of being super good, but it is what it is. I still think this category is very good and I enjoy it a lot. It's just grinding it to a certain extent just doesn't... Whenever you grind anything to a really ridiculous like low, it makes it not fun in general. I guess is kind of what I'm trying to say. But the category itself is very good. It's just I'm trying to push it to limits that are kind of bordering unreasonable, I guess, if that makes any sense. And I just kind of started realizing what I have going up against as of right now. But yeah, perfectionism, or trying to be a perfectionist is really hard when your category has a pretty considerable amount of RNG within it. At least it depends on the amount of RNG for the length of the run. PH1's any percent in All Worlds isn't too bad because they're relatively shorter runs, but JJ is fairly lengthy for the amount of RNG that's in it, so... I don't need RNG to be perfect by any means, but I also really can't afford like a 20 to 30 second time loss every so often, just because that's very punishing. And if the game really did its worst, I could probably lose upwards of like 30 to 60 seconds on some special hardless that just never show up, and it's awful. So, I need RNG to be generally in my favor, but it doesn't need to, like, you know, be good everywhere. Because if it was good everywhere, I'd get like an insanely good time, and I don't really need that per se. This is a very good manner fight. That was very, very good. I'd say early game was average, not bad. The fact that I'm 30 ahead right now is actually pretty good. I'm probably on par, or at least, or maybe even ahead. Okay, I'm only 7 behind my best ever first hour, so I mean, I would say early game has been pretty good. PB just had a couple rough spots in the early stages of the run, but it quickly came back toward like the midway point, if that makes any sense. Like, Neverland was really good in PB, and I think HB... Actually, I don't know, actually. First 2 hours was kind of, meh, in all honesty, but then it had a pretty good ending, or good second half, all things considered. Which is the more important part of this category, so I guess first half was kind of like Mets, but the second half was above average, so it balances out. I should definitely be ahead prior to, what's it called? Prior to JJ specific stuff on a good run. Thank you for not missing. It's not so much I'm trying to downplay myself, I'm just trying to factor in, like, the best case scenario. The problem is, you're never going to be perfect, and you just have to try to get the best kind of situation you can, but I'm always associating how I did versus, like, the dream scenario, where, like, everything is perfect. And that's always how I've looked at things, because I try to do nothing but strive to be the best at what I try to do, so... I kind of have a bad thing with me where if it's not like absolutely perfect, I'm gonna nitpick and bitch about the tiniest of things, but I feel like that's the reason why I'm so good at what I do, with KH1 anyway. I have extremely high standards and know exactly like what is the best outcome for pretty much any situation. And if I fall shy of that, I get a little bit turned off by it, but simultaneously I'm not gonna disregard how well I've played in, like, despite all that, if it's not perfect, but... Very dedicated to what I do, and I don't mean to make it sound like I'm not a good player when that's obviously not the case. It's just that I realize how much better certain things can be when you've played the game for long enough. I've always been one for, I want to get a time I'm happy with, not just be the best out of everybody. If I happen to be the best out of everybody, then that's cool, but I don't strictly go out of my way to do that. If that was the case, I would leave runs right after I get record, and I don't really care to have that mentality. Damn it. Anti-Sora, you're annoying. And hard. Jesus. Not a good angle to combo Anti-Sora, dude. Didn't like that. No fast fade. There goes about 4 seconds. Like, if I do come off as someone who's just, like, not recognizing their own abilities sometimes, I don't mean to kind of sound like that, it's just, how my mind works. I do understand the difficulty that I set out for myself to achieve certain things, but I always want to push for bigger and better, and sometimes that kind of comes at the cost of, having to raise your standards, even if you're doing pretty well for the most part. I feel like that's just what speedrunning's really about, at the core of it though, is pushing yourself to be the best you can be if you really are passionate or dedicated to whatever you're doing. Everyone has different mindsets to help them along with whatever they choose to do, but... And I'm certainly not saying my mindset is perfect, but I just feel like it works best for me. Sometimes you kind of hit a bit of a wall with that, and you don't feel so good whenever you're not doing well that day, as far as performance or execution or whatever may have you. But speedrunning in general, especially when it comes down to optimizing times, is more about just pacing yourself and kind of going on this long marathon of trying to hope for a PB or an improvement of some kind as you progress. You're not trying to just hit your goals ASAP and be done with it. You have to put a lot of hours in and expect a lot of runs to just not make it by the end of the day in order to get that one run that you're hoping for. Yo, VG Master, thank you for the raid, dude. And thank you for the good luck. I hope stream was good, fam, and all that. Thank you, thank you. Were you doing some 2FM stuff? I hope that went well for you. "2FM crit, nice man." I definitely want to see myself doing that again at some point. So, hope it's treating you okay. Not so good today? It happens, man. Runs have not been the best for me either, and been a bit of a challenge today, but still hanging in there. So, it's okay, man. Had a run that had a chance to be a PB, but then by the last hour things just were not going well, and unfortunately that's probably the most important part of this run, and it was kind of tanking me super bad, and I ended up being like a minute behind, and there just wasn't really much hope for it, so... Unfortunate. Doesn't mean I can't come back the next time and try for another improvement, but... Simultaneously, I don't even know if I want to keep pushing JJ. I might just kind of move on to a different category, because I have a time I'm fairly happy with. I'm just kind of between like a rock and a hard place, where I know I can get one more reasonable improvement that I'd be happy with, but I'm understanding it's kind of going to be rough if I really want to get that next improvement. We should have a therapy meeting once a month to share how bad 2FM Crid treats us. Well, when I eventually get back to that, I'll organize it. Sounds good. Good morning, Lester. Thank you for the good luck. Yeah, times I've ran 2FM, it's been pretty crushing when things just don't go your way. Even when you feel like you're in control, all it takes is just one tiny thing. Either you make a small mistake, or the game just really doesn't want you to succeed. It's kind of unfortunate. But that's for another time. Different mindset, different game, all that good stuff, so. Yeah, dude, get Dumbo, or else. Thank you. Not giving me bad RNG in this fight, I appreciate that. Yeah, pretty much the major stuff that's easy to overlook in my opinion. I just kind of go out of my way to make like bonus reminders in my splits. Because if I don't have Dumbo in Hollow Bastion, that's kind of a yikes for general pathing in that world, so you want to make sure you grab it while you're at this visit. This run's not too bad. It might actually be my best paced run up to this point, to be honest, but I'm not really sure. I almost went to the gummy menu by accident. Let me see. Is this my best run? It is, actually. Cool. That can easily be taken away on any fucking segment in the entire game. But I guess for the first roughly third of the run, it's been pretty good. Know how weird it is that I'm like not even a third of the way done with the game, and I'm going to Hollow Bastion? Like as far as the full run is concerned, because this is like the start of endgame in any percent. Dynamics really change quite a lot when you run the extended categories, man. I'm like not even remotely thinking about the end of the game right now, yet I'm going to like the second last world. It's even more crazy in any percent, dude, because you literally get to this place in like a little over an hour. Which I guess it is a little bit over an hour already, but that's without going out of your way to get like Dalmatians and Trinities and stuff. It's amazing to me just how quickly you reach basically endgame content of KH1 nowadays. Royal Crown is an accessory that reduces your strength considerably at the cost of, like, it gives you 2 extra MP bars at the cost of really lowering your strength. We don't use it in this run for Sora, but Goofy becomes an MP machine with MP gift for the second half of it, and giving him as much MP as possible is very beneficial, especially for certain things like Hades Cup and whatnot. So, oh, by the way, did you guys know that you can freeze the bubbles? Crazy. It's gonna be sad when I run any percent though, because we don't freeze bubbles in that category. Thankfully we do in all worlds though, so it still gets to survive a little longer. cringe category. Yeah. Cringe game, TBH. Imagine playing for half your run just to find out if you can even fucking, like, finish a run on decent pace. At least, if the mod doesn't get allowed, then maybe that'll change things, but still. I have no idea what that means, Fox, but I agree. Just like everything on the internet, I'm just gonna go with what people say and not think for myself. What is basketball? I don't know. I think it's a sport, last I checked. Yo, Awkwards, what's up, dude? Yeah, I'm a pretty big fan of RE speedruns, and I saw you were another fellow runner of that, so I figured why not, man. Keep doing what you're doing. I enjoy watching them in my spare time, outside of obviously the KH stuff that I do. I hope we're doing well, man. Hello, Fitness. Thank you for the good luck. How is the run? Currently, it's pretty good. Game can change in an instant, though, so try not to be too cocky with stuff. We'll see. No, Goofy, why? Oh, that's annoying. I gave Sora a concussion, dodge rolling into a side of a bookshelf. Oh well. It's faster. Not really, but we'll pretend. Just use Cure? Yeah, pretty much. Excuse me, I have Cura at this point. I just did Neverland a little while ago. Can't believe you wouldn't acknowledge my level 2 spell instead of just base magic. Soon to be Kiraga? Not for a while. Kiraga is in like an hour from now. You had to talk to Aerith 3 times in Hollow Bastion 2. We still got a lot to do in between now and then. I still don't understand why they make you talk to Aerith 3 goddamn times to get Kiraga. It's the most unusual fucking design choice. Well, I mean, KH1 has a lot of unusual design choices, but it's just like, why doesn't she just give it to you when you talk to her for the answer reports? I don't get it. Your cough is gone, Pog. As your message may have implied. Yeah, Rico, KSB, thank you very much for the raid, my dude. And thank you for the good luck. I hope stream was good, my dude. Hope stream was good, fam, as I like to say. Thank you very much for the raid. It's pretty solid, nice. Hopefully, that can bring some good mojo my way, because stream's been kinda today. Mostly because runs have been kind of not the best, but I have one more run here that maybe will turn into something good, so happy to hear stuff went well for you. We'll get in there, though. Yo, Zenobius, I hope we're doing well. Hope that cricket bastard's diary isn't being dumb. Only a little bit, but a little dumb is okay. A little dumb never hurt anybody. That's not true at all, but... Thank you for the Royal Crown reminder. Pretty embarrassing to forget the thing I literally have my split titled though. That being said, I have forgotten stuff. Told myself to get the power up in any percent runs of Standard and Proud, and I would forget to get those, and it's just GG after that, so I mean, fair game. Okay, I didn't forget the Royal Crown. Now all I have to do is just not forget the remaining like 50 sets of Dalmatians, the remaining like 30 Trinities, not forgetting to kill one of every enemy in the entire game, the remaining like 20 menus I still have to do, and every single boss strategy remaining in the game for the next 2.5 hours. Shouldn't be that bad. Royal Crown's an accessory that boosts your magic by 2 bars of MP at the cost of lowering your offense. We don't really use it for Sora, but because Goofy has an ability called MP Gift that effectively gives us 3 bars of MP at the cost of him using 2 bars of MP, it effectively gives him another MP Gift, which is going to be very useful for late game stuff. Magic is power in this game, or at least MP is power in this game. Thought friends were power. They are power until they, you know, push enemies out of your range and stop the enemies and make you have to wait, and I really fucking hate Donald. Did I mention that? I think Goofy's okay, but Donald's a really big troublemaker in KH1 speedruns, unfortunately. He has a bad tendency of kind of slowing the player down. Alright, fun fight here. Let's go. Nice. Never played this before. It's basically an action RPG version of Final Fantasy, but with Disney characters and Disney-themed worlds thrown in. It's very, strange, but it's become a pretty popular series since its inception about 20 years ago, and this is the game that's the first of its kind. Goofy, what are you doing? I was uncomfortable there for a minute. Please grab that. Thank you. I don't know what it is about the Clams treasures, dude, but they have such a funky hitbox. I mean, I know this, but sometimes I feel like I do the same movement stuff with how the hitbox appropriates, and I still don't grab the thing sometimes. It's very unusual. Yes, at the very least, your region needs to be from Japan in your account settings. then that'll give you access to the Japanese Epic Games Store, and you can get that version of KH1, or that version of 1.5 plus 2.5. Unfortunately, you cannot buy the game in English and be able to play it in Japanese because, haha, fun times. Now, don't pay too much attention. I'm just gonna cheat really quick. Don't tell anybody. I promise I won't do this again, but do me a favor and don't let Square know about this. Taking a different route in Atlantica than most people are probably used to. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't have to do anything out of the ordinary there to go that path. I think it's fine. It's too bad any percent doesn't feature this world. I think that's one of the coolest things in a speedrun of this game, is just being able to skip the backtrack to the sunken ship. What is this, Zelda? In some ways, kind of. Not gonna lie. There's definitely a lot of, similarities between the two series to some extent, so I mean, why not? Dolphin the Clip IRL. I wouldn't recommend that, but yeah, you make your choices. Got into some weird trouble at SeaWorld one year, you know? Oh my god, what the fuck? Hello. Eat Donald! Damn it. Maybe next time. You know what your summer best is? High 47. It's like 347.50 or something like that. Get up there. Classic. Good RNG. Not the best pattern here, though. Ariel didn't give me any ethers. Okay. That menu is really awkward. This ghost really wanted to attack me, but I didn't give him the luxury of that. That's fair. Sometimes the most random or innocuous shit is funny. I've definitely been there before. I love the noise that Ursula makes when you do a finisher on her in this version of the game. It's not as funny as in English, but listen to her noise when you do a finisher here, it's funny. Just something stupid, dude. Yo, nice egg. Congrats. Sounds good. Ha 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 ha. It's okay, Sephi. I still wish you the best of luck with everything, man. Don't feel bad. Ursula emote when? I might just get a screen cap of her laughing face and just call it like Ursulol or something. Not make it a sub emote, just make it like FFZ or fucking DTTV or some shit. I'll think about it. Wouldn't really be that hard to make though. No. One more hit. Two more hits. Okay. Eating salami on its own? Yeah, that's good. Those specialty cured meats are pretty nice if the quality of it is pretty high, so that sounds fun. Appreciate the simplicity of just a really fresh product is sometimes all you need in life. No, I do not have the salami emote in this chat, don't try. I feel like that's most things, though, to be fair, Sephi. I don't want, like, an extraordinarily huge abundance of even my most favorite thing, just because it kind of gets old after a while, even if it's good. But I guess some things you get tired of faster than, other other things, I don't know. Depends on the person. Damn, that is a salami stick. Yeah, this run's been pretty good in the first half, although, like I said, anything can happen, so I'm not trying to think about it too much. RNG hasn't really had a chance to showcase itself too heavily yet. A lot of things can happen in the meantime, especially in the last hour. Really? Right on my way out. He had to hit me one more time with that. Leaving. Get up there. Oh wow, I almost didn't activate that in time. I think D-Gen is, subjective. I'll probably be finishing this run around D-Gen time if it actually goes all the way to the end. It's gonna be like 4:30, something like that. But I don't know, I don't think we're quite at D-Gen hours yet, with it only being like 1:48 at night. 48 in the morning, whatever the fuck. Jesus, Fox, what is that emo? Holy moly. Bad RNG. I'm losing time. Oh well. Yo, I got Invisible Sora. That's like a frame-perfect cutscene skip or something like that. Just ate 10 red frogs. Were they good? They were good? Cool. Two elixirs. Actually, no, just that would be fine. I want Lady Luck. I want Air Combo Plus turned back on. And I want this to be Thundara. Touch the save, and that'll be fine. Oh no, I'm not at 10 MP out of my possible... I'm only at 9 out of 10 MP, and that's terrible, dude. Whatever am I gonna do against these very difficult savage enemies? I'll just use Thunder. Yeah, that's a good idea. Is that candy? No, he literally just ate, like, red frogs. Surely. I mean, it is, but, I don't know if it's, in that quantity, but I guess they are kind of small. Why red frog specifically, I wouldn't know, though. I imagine that it probably is, like, a certain type of food, but I'm not sure. Yo, Peter, what's up? Thank you for the good luck. Yo, the double MP gift? Let's go. I think Goofy used his MP gift, it got cancelled because he got hit immediately, and then my MP was still at 2 before that went through, so he casted 2 on me. That was actually kind of sick. How that worked out. Kinda starting to realize how good this run actually is right now. I'm kind of, in awe. This is my best run by quite a bit. Still a lot of time to go though, but man, first half of this run has been excellent. Fuck. What's that spell? Good question. I was about to use Blizzard on the fucking ice elemental enemies. I was like, no. That's not the right move to do there, good sir. Stop it. Please let me hit you. Thank you. Ow. What the dick? Oh, fuck it. That was weird. Anyway. No! MP gift. I hope so too, Egg. You take care. Thank you for the good luck. Oh no. This is weird. Waste of MP. Kinda wish I didn't do that. Need to wait a little bit more. It's okay though. Probably gonna lose some time on this split. Yeah, probably at the rate I've been going, since I have to catch up on standard run uploads. This probably won't be on YouTube until sometime in May, but it'll get there. Not that it's really that big of a deal, but still. Just want to make sure I'm caught up for when I start the beginner any % grind, and then it'll be fine. If I start it, actually. There might be a change of plans in the coming week or so, depending on how the game just shows itself. I don't know yet. Surprised I didn't lose time there with how clunky a few of the rounds were. Hello, Blue Digital Dragon. How's it going? It's going okay. Runs have been a bit tricky, hard to deal with tonight, but the run I'm currently on right now is actually pretty good, so hopefully it stays that way. And if not, then oh well. It happens. If this run ends up not making it to the end because something really unfortunate happens, then I don't know if I want to try to keep running this category, because I feel like it's a bit too RNG heavy for the amount of stuff, although this run definitely proves I can still certainly get one more reasonable improvement in there. It's just a matter of will I have the patience for it. Have to wait and see. Hey, let's go, my guy. Happy for you. He's gonna waste an MP gift? No? Okay, cool. Yo, I Dazzle, thank you very much. Hope we're doing okay. Pretty good. I'm hanging in there. Runs have been a bit tough today, but I'm on something decent now, so hopefully it stays that way. We'll see. Glad that you're doing well. I've gone from a 404 to a 354 in about a week's time, yeah. Been going pretty hard with this category. Ow. You idiot. As I feel like it stopped and you fucking die. Hurt, huh? I'm on the cusp of just kind of packing my bags and moving on to a different category soon, but if I can snag one more reasonable improvement, I'd be happy with that. And as of roughly the halfway point of this run now, which is pretty much after Riku 2, I have to say this run's pretty good. Next up would be Beginner All Worlds, or maybe something else, depending on if KH1 is in GDQ this year or not. We'll have to wait and see. I'll figure it out. I'll have a pretty substantial answer soon, though. Oh, that's a problem. Huh. Really? I didn't touch the save point in the waterway? Well, that sucks. Oh. Well. I am losing a lot of time on this split now. That's unfortunate. I guess while I'm here, fine, I'll do this stuff. Maybe I can do a different route for Hollow Bastion too then. We'll see. Splits are gonna be kind of weird now. Oh my god, please. Did I really not touch the save point there? Wow, I'm very surprised. Okay, well, my pace is gonna look shitty. After Hollow Bastion 2, then things will kind of line back up again, but yeah, this is rather unfortunate. That's kind of embarrassing. Yeah, this ain't good at all. This is really bad. Yes, I did know you can freeze the bubbles, actually. I'm now disappointed. But oh well. It's kind of one of the bigger mistakes you can make in the first half. That's rather unfortunate. So I'm sure I lost at least 30 to 45 seconds because of that. That's too bad, man.
Ow.
That's not good, is it? It's really not good. Free time save for next run? By PB, I'm not doing a next run. Because I would like to move on to a different category. Well, I mean, there is a next run in the future, I guess, maybe, but not for a while. Free time save next year? That's generous. That's gonna haunt me, man. If I actually get a pretty decent run, like, beyond this point, and I lost, like, so much fucking time just because I didn't touch a save, I can't believe it, dude. That's gonna really hurt my mindset, if that's the only real problem that this run had. That's such a bad way to lose a run, potentially, but I can't fixate on that, just have to keep going. Hello, Playoff. What's up, dude? Hope we're doing okay. I just lost a lot of time because I'm stupid and forgot to touch a save point earlier. How about you? That is very sad. Run was pretty good until I made that one small mistake. I guess that being said, I did mention all it takes is one small error and it kind of throws the run off, and that's an example of that. It's a shame, because everything else I've done correctly aside from one small thing. That's all it takes, though. Yo, Connor, what's up, dude? Gandhi said that. It's alright, I believe in you, just gotta believe in yourself. Oh, I believe in myself. But does the game believe in not fucking me in the ass during the second half when RNG starts becoming a major factor? Because I kind of unfortunately threw away a lot of safety net time because I've made one small mistake and might live to regret that now. So the unfortunate thing about JJ is come late game, don't really have full control over whether this runs PBs or not. And I just hope now I play well enough to kind of offset the mistake I made. So, we'll see. Right now though, that sucks, and I don't really know what to think. I guess we'll see soon enough. I'll be back in a minute. Fuck! That's what my mind says, that I made that stupid mistake, dude. Sorry, just had to get that off my chest. Well, I'm thinking maybe I take a risk this run then. Because I'm not really sure what to do in place of this. This has kind of made things very complicated. I'd kind of be banking on Stealth Soldier showing up in one specific area, and if it doesn't, then I'm kind of fucked. But if it works out that way, then I would save a pretty decent amount of time, I think, in the grand scheme of things. What happened? I heard a yell. Oh, I just felt like yelling fuck, because I can't believe I made a dumb mistake. Angry that I forgot to touch a save point and lost pretty much my entire lead because of it. Sucks. But that's okay. If I leave this run on a 354, or leave this category on a 354, then so be it, but not really feeling like doing too much more JJ, at least not as of right now, so whatever happens, happens, but I'll keep this run going. I think I'm done with this category after this run. Anyway. Can always come back to it if I really feel the need to, because I mean, it's definitely very improvable based on the pace I've had, so we'll see. I'll do Beginner All Worlds next, because it's like JJ, but, a lot less RNG and a lot shorter. And, probably a more enjoyable run in general when you factor in optimization purposes, but I don't know, we'll see. It's like JJ, but I don't want to say but fun, because that's not what I want it to come off as. It's just that JJ has so many small things, moving parts with it, that it's really frustrating when you make one small mistake in an area, when the run's so lengthy, so... JJ is a little bit, or All World's a little bit more forgiving, plus it's easier to get runs that are good quality further. More consistently, because the run is a lot shorter, so... Figure it out. I'm thinking I'm just gonna say fuck it and hope for the best. I'm gonna play HP2 a bit aggressive, and I may end up killing my run because of it at this point, but I don't really care that much. Because now that I made such a pretty massive mistake, the run quality doesn't really mean that much to me, so we'll see what happens. And if it pays off, then I'll make back some of the time that I lost for making the little mistake I did there, but I can't really see that much of a downside in the grand scheme of things. What happened? I forgot to touch a save point in Hollow Bastion and lost a lot of time because of it. Because I purposely wait on a specific trinity until way later when you have better resource and you just save warp to the location, but it was not on my directory when I got to the world as a place to dock at, so that sucks. How long is this world in KH1? Way too fucking long. Is the answer. It's about 20 minutes from start to finish. So, runs in general, not been the best today, and I've kind of felt out of place, just mentally, so... I'm thinking, after this attempt, I just kind of take a break from JJ and maybe focus in on it at a later time if I wish, but... yeah. Not really feeling like investing 4 hours into a run just for stuff like that to potentially happen. It's very frustrating, so... rather move on to stuff that's a little bit more cohesive. It's okay, though. Not gonna let it bother me too much, just, it's a shame I let that happen. So yeah, fuck me, I guess. Ooh, wow. Okay. I almost did the same thing I did last run. Thought I was another minigame ahead. Okay, good. Jesus. If I ever get a tattoo, it'd be of the mask from Majora's Mask. But not really big on tattoos in the first place. I don't know if I'd even commit to that. Might be fun. Yeah, the Majora's Mask. I don't know, it's kind of hard to phrase that without it sounding silly. I was a little bit late, I think. Yeah. That was good. Right, I hope it is anyway. Man. I really hate to be this way, man, but god, that mistake has really hurt my mindset. It's so hard to just forget about that, because you really can't when you look at splits and everything. God. That's so disappointing that I allowed that to happen. It's really unfortunate, because it would have taken me just a split second, or another half second, to ensure that I touched the save point. But I just slipped my mind at the moment, I guess. Either I just completely forgot to, or I just didn't step on the save point like enough for the game to register it as like a place to warp or dock to, but damn. It's the first time that's happened to me in a run of this caliber. It's just like, regardless of what happens, I know how much better this run could have been, even if it does PB. It's just a shame to kind of think about that. That's why I don't mind playing a little bit more aggressive in Hollow Bastion 2, because honestly, whether this run kind of makes it or not now, it doesn't really matter that much, because it's going to feel hollow. Still ahead, but not by very much. My second half was pretty good, all things considered, so I'm a little bit nervous. Not having any kind of real leeway going into the end is not a good sign. When RNG pretty much has to be in my favor for the last hour for this to realistically PB now. So, too bad. If I had another minute of time save, I could afford to have some not the best RNG in a few spots and still be in okay shape, but that's kind of not really doable anymore, or probably not. Unless I really just start popping off in the final hour and RNG is just okay, but I just have really good execution, but I don't know, man. That certainty that or like at least that confidence that I had before is now just completely gone because of that mistake, and it's just sucks that it's plaguing my mind so much right now. Oh my god, hurry up. Please. No, don't take off. Oh, well. Yeah, not good. Really not good. Hello? Pooh Bear? You okay? Well, if I can't talk to Owl on his way back down here, I'm kind of screwed, because that's just so much time lost now at that point, but I'm already losing time here, so... Well, fuck me. This run really just kind of went rock bottom in, like, no time flat, didn't it? That's so disappointing, man. I don't even think I want to continue this at this point. That's so awful. "30 seconds of time loss. Damn. That's really too bad, man. Just a little while ago, this run was the best I've ever seen, and now all of a sudden it's just kind of, mediocre. Very, disheartening to see that. But, I'll live. Just, need to get through today, and come back tomorrow stronger. Thank you, Sage. I'm probably past the point of having fun after choking 2 minutes, but I'll do my best. Run was pretty good about half an hour ago. Now it's kind of just... bleh. Don't be too sad. I mean, I'm not. By tomorrow, I'll forget about this, but it's just in the short term, disappointed that I allowed these things to happen, because a lot of them were very easily preventable, and just, it sucks. I don't know what else to say. I can't really do anything to kind of come back from that. Aside from just getting very lucky in the last hour, but then the run won't really feel like I earned it simultaneously, so... Not really that sad, just wish I had better news and just was in better spirits, but it's hard not to be. Or it's hard to be when stuff like that happens. If anything, people watching are probably more sad than I am. It's just because of how good the run was prior, but... oh well. I'm not really too bothered because I have another category I'm going to after this run anyway, so whatever. I can come back to this and just destroy this time again if I wish to, but... Sorry to, have a good run just kind of go south so quick for people, I guess. Oh, I have time save in later parts, sure, but, if I PB at this point, it's not going to be by that much time, so it's not going to really feel that spectacular. Unless I have, like, the best ending anyone's ever seen, it's not going to be anything too much more than, like, maybe 30 seconds, and even then, that's kind of in the best case scenario in my eyes. I just don't think I have the mentality to really put up with that kind of stuff happening for how long this run is, at least not right now. I'd rather focus on stuff that's a little bit more, condensed and just not as RNG heavy, I suppose. Because the big thing that weighs on my mind when I do lengthy runs like this is just how much I have to do over again if a run makes it far, but it doesn't end up being good enough. Because if I was doing all worlds, I'd be almost done by now. But instead, that's just like, I'm only like 2/3 the way through the run almost for JJ, and that's quite a lot. So I don't know if I can really be ready for that. Maybe I'll just take my 354 and be happy with that for the time being. Anyway. I'll play this world aggressive and risky, because I don't really have any reason not to, so let's see what happens. I am banking on Stealth Soldier showing up in one specific spot, and that spot alone. And if it doesn't, well then I guess that's too bad. We'll see. In the event that this goes as well as it possibly can, I'll save a lot of time here. In the event that it doesn't, probably gonna be done with the run, so we'll see what happens. Don't have anything to lose at this point. Well, I mean, it will be a blue, but it'll be inaccurate, because with the fuck-up I made in Hall of Bastion 1 first time, there's stuff I've done now along the way to going back to the save point that's already been counted for this world, so it wouldn't really matter. Not really caring so much about the best as I am just saving time. Because regardless of if this, you know, saves time or not, it's not going to be, what's it called? It's not going to be accurate. $354 is already very good. I just thought that, I mean, this run proved I have one more major PB left in me, but I'm not going to do that at the expense of me just genuinely not liking what I'm doing, which has kind of been how I felt today, unfortunately. I don't think people would appreciate me doing a run out of just, you know, desire to get something done at the expense of my sanity. I'd rather save that for the any percent categories. But this category is meant to be enjoyable, and generally for the most part pretty fun, and it's not really that fun when you have to be pretty spot on for most of it, so rather save that energy for other categories. I did put a lot into the first, like, 2-ish hours of this run, but just to kind of have that happen, it's really taken a lot of wind out of my sails, so kind of demotivated after that happened, and it's hard to kind of rally back from it, so maybe it's time I just kind of focus on other things and not get as attached as I was previously. The unfortunate thing today, man, is most of the reasons my runs have just kind of not made it is because I've made the mistake itself, and I just hate that. It's one thing if the game is just denying me an improvement because it just doesn't like me, but this particular run, the game was very kind. And had every opportunity, but I just kind of threw it away, and that sucks. Is there RNG in Pooh World? No. But there is a lot of execution that you get punished extremely heavily for making a single mistake. And I fucked up, so I lost 30 seconds. Okay, well, let's see if I get to continue this or not. Okay, sure. Thank you. No, my day off was yesterday. I'm streaming tomorrow and the day after that, and then on Sunday I'm taking a day off. No, I don't think I got this, to be honest. I think this run's pretty trash. I'd be surprised if this came back, but we'll see. Considering I lie through this run by not touching a save point when I was supposed to and lost like a 90-second lead almost, and I'm 30 behind right now. Not really feeling too confident. Even though I still definitely have capabilities of salvaging the run, it just doesn't feel good. But I mean, what does the runner know about his own run? So I mean, that's just silly talk. Obviously, anyone who's watching knows more about it than me, so. I shouldn't be that much of a downer though, because I mean, a PB can still happen, absolutely, but just based on how this category goes, being red right now is very bad for me. I really should have at least some kind of leeway going into the end, and
Mist cannot skip this cutscene because this cutscene is an unskippable cutscene that he cannot skip because it is unskippable.
yeah, realistically, I don't know. I'd like to have at least 3 minutes of leeway prior to last hour, just in case stuff doesn't quite go my way, and I'm already down like to 2.5 hours before I even finish Into the World, so well, I guess we'll see, because I'm gonna save a bunch of time on this split, probably. I appreciate the good luck, I'm just, really... I've still been tripped up over that mistake I made, and, it's really hard for me to kind of not just be on full tilt from that, so, it sucks. Kind of in speedrun limbo right now. Might not even save that much time here, just because of time it takes to get back to the library, but oh well. I'm still saving some time, but I'm not ahead right now. No, this for that. Well, I didn't save as much time as I thought, given how things unfolded, so I guess that was kind of underwhelming, but whatever. Man, that would have been so cool if that worked. I really just want to be done with this run, man. I don't think it has much hope. I should at least run this until I fight Kurt, but if I don't save any time on Kurt's Issa, I think it's just kind of a lost cause, man. See, I'm still, I just can't get that fucking mistake out of my mind. It's weighing me down too much. Kind of felt just broken since I made that discovery, and it's really set in. It's too bad. Well, that's okay. Once tomorrow brings something new, I can put this behind me. What happened? I forgot to touch a save point in Hollow Bastion and lost a minute because of it, and sucks. My motivation for the run plummeted as soon as I realized I made that mistake, and it was bad. No, I think I'm leaving this category after tonight because I don't think I have the mentality needed to thoroughly grind it more, and I'd rather just kind of do other things. It's not where my passion lies right now. Would rather be putting effort into something I care more about at this point, and saving another minute or two in a category that's 4 hours is really not going to fulfill me that much. So I think I'm just going to kind of leave it at this, but I'll keep this going for a little bit longer, because it's not over yet, but I'd be surprised if it kind of rallied back, just due to the nature of the category. Like I said, I'm going to at least run this until it hurts, and I'll see how that fight goes. Since that's usually a pretty big wild card in pace, if I get it the endless fight, that would kind of change things up quite a bit. But that's really my Hail Mary kind of get back into the zone kind of thing. I need Kurt to be like really good, or I'm not going to be that hopeful for this run. It's all good, man. Take care. Thank you for watching Blue Digital Dragon. Have a good one. Donald, where the fuck are you going? I don't understand what that was about. You just flew into the fucking other corner of the room. That was weird. Supposed to what's it called? Rendezvous back at this little Heartless insignia on the wall, but he just decided to go into the corner. And I'm just like, that's weird. Especially since the Heartless track the nearest enemy whenever they set their AI path, so him kind of being like way the fuck up in front is really not good. I'm glad the invisible wave that followed wasn't that chaotic, because that easily could have spiraled out of control for me. Okay, well, I'll know if I'm continuing this run in about 5 minutes, depending on how this split goes, so we'll see. But if I don't save any of my time here, or at least have a somewhat decent fight, I'm not going to have much of a motivation to continue this. So, fingers crossed, I guess. Neo shadows start spawning right after you enter the final room with the save point. However, if you leave and then come back, they have a better chance of spawning, in my experience, so it's not worth taking them out now. What the fuck? Cool, well, I'm not saving as much time as I could now. First RNG DM. Well, actually, all things considered, this was a pretty good fight. 1 DM's fine. I'll keep this going for now. Thank you, Kamuike for the webcam toggle. Appreciate that. We'll keep this going for a bit longer. We'll see. Not the ideal fight, but 1 DM is still better than what happened previously, so. DM means desperation move. It's basically a super attack that the enemy can do once they're low enough on HP where they're invincible for a period of time. And whenever that happens, hold on. No, I want this to be that to be this. Whenever that happens, basically, I can't do anything and I have to wait out the attack, and it's completely random when Kurtzisa does his desperation moves. His AI fluctuates between backing up, charging you, going into DM, a variety of things, and if you get very lucky, you can get rid of the orbs in his hands before he does his DM in the last phase, but it's very rare. Well, that was a pretty fast split, all things considered. Okay. Probably gonna lose that time right here, though, because this was, like, stupidly good with how Behemoth treated me in PB, but nice to see that anyway. Big fan of this speedrun category? I'm not. not after today. I've been through too much of a roller coaster emotionally. Probably gonna take a break from it after tonight. It's a little too much on my mind right now. If I wasn't trying to grind it to a pretty ridiculous time, I'd probably like it more, but too much RNG, I think, at this point. It's good. Just frustrating as well. Of course, Donald took my other fucking MP gift. Well, I don't need it. Oh, I'll take it anyway, though. I want this to be replaced by that, and I want that to that. Okay. Absolutely, and I appreciate people putting up with my, just my general frustration. I don't really know what else to put it. Just like, man, I just feel so fucking deflated after, how good the first 2 hours was, and then one mistake just was kind of the, offset for some just really not great, splits to come. That's okay. I just feel like probably for the sake of not dwelling on it too much, I just think it'd probably be in my best interest just to kind of come back to this category. Just so mistakes like that don't really bother me that much. Like, I'm not defeated, I'm just like, man, I'm just so disappointed I allowed something like that to happen. It's not usually like me, so. Oh well. It's not really a big deal in the grand scheme of things. You can always just get a better run later anyway. Which means a better run is waiting for you if the one that you're hoping turns out just doesn't quite make it there. I generally feel much better once I've just taken a minute to not think about the game for a little while, but it's just hard to kind of not do that when you're still in the middle of a run, so. Sometimes, you know, it just takes you a minute to kind of grasp exactly the whole situation, and you just kind of freak out or panic a little bit in the short term. You just need to take a sec to kind of breathe and understand what you're dealing with. And then after that, you realize it's not really that big of a deal, but it's still just disappointing to see that happen. Sometimes I feel like it's a bit detrimental if you're a bit over the top, because I feel like sometimes I tend to exaggerate or just kind of become passive-aggressive when I get like this, and I really want to avoid that. So I mean, it's not doing anyone any favors to get the roll on shit. So. Just hard to compartmentalize and put that kind of stuff behind you when it happens, but it's only a loss of a battle, it's not a loss of the war at the end of the day, whenever stuff like this kind of shows itself, so. The most important thing is just kind of keep your head up and not worry about it so heavily. But man, that just sucks, dude. I was kind of getting a little bit too far ahead of myself, man. It was like I kind of have the money spent, metaphorically speaking, when I was seeing just how good my first half was, that I just kind of neglected to think that nothing could really go wrong from it. And that was just the main mistake I made there. Yeah, it's probably just a giant psychological thing, man. If you can't see the thing, you don't think about it as, like, you know, constantly. Like, I know people have said stuff about that in various other aspects of psychological, you know, effects that are just, you know, that happen on people. And I feel like that's very true, and it just kind of reminds me how much of a mental game speedrunning really is. It's not very uncommon for me to just kind of, I guess if you even want to phrase it as that, like losing my shit, but that's just like, it's a very mild way of phrasing that, I think, whenever I just get frustrated. But it's just like the moment I kind of take a break and just don't think about it for a bit, all that just kind of goes away, yeah. I don't think I have stop hotkeyed. No. That's okay. Just don't drop this now and it'll be fine. One more. And I'm gonna say that's probably okay. Close. Good enough. Well, I appreciate that, Marvin. Thank you. And I guess in a sensibility, that sort of relation to kind of go back and forth is kind of soothing or therapeutic in a way. Thank you for sharing that. Hopefully, any obstacles you have to face, you overcome, and I have faith in you. Man, fuck those hands. They're such an annoying fucking enemy. Like, whether it's guard armor, whether it's opposite armor, whether it's anything, dude. The hand, like the limbs of the actual guard armor itself is just like the most obnoxious shit to try to combat. It's just like fist pump in the air non-stop and everything, man. Just like, please, leave me alone. No, what the fuck? What do you mean I targeted fucking one enemy that would have been bad for that? I was just trying to set myself up, dude, for the combos afterwards, and I just got punished so bad for that. Oh, that's annoying. Lame. Ever tell you guys this fight's some really big fucking mess? How the fuck did I not take damage during that? That was very lucky. Okay. If Oppo didn't break on me, probably would have broke even there. It's too bad. How are runs? They could be better. They could be worse, but they could be better. Unfortunately, I kind of blew a pretty major lead in this run because I forgot to touch a save point somewhere and it just kind of spiraled after that. Meaning, if I PB, it probably won't be by very much, but I'll keep trying until the bitter end, or at least until I know it's not worth going for anymore, but still hanging in there. Just generally playing well for the remainder 40 minutes and getting lucky with special heartless spawns. A lot of time save late game is just kind of up in the air, unfortunately. I think my biggest time save left in the run is Ice Titan, so I guess we'll hope for that. I didn't kill, what do you mean? Yeah, probably Ice Titan. Wasted. Oh no, cool. I didn't think that would come off in time. Nice. I might not even have to throw that Mega Ether, to be honest, but I should, just so I clear it out of my inventory to make menuing easier, so fuck it, man. Do I have a preferred alcoholic beverage? Not particularly. I don't like to drink. I actually really don't like beer at all. I think beer is disgusting. I'm not opposed to a cocktail once in a while. Like some kind of liquor or whatever the fuck, but in general I don't really drink, and it's mostly just for social gatherings, if I do. But I don't drink alone ever, and never drink beer, rarely drink wine, not opposed to a cocktail once in a while. That's about it. Really? The fuck? What is happening? Bullshit is happening, that's what. Ouch.
Right. Where's Kill? Game set.
You know, I'm surprised that split was as fast as it was, because Seed 11 was very slow. Like, if Seed 11 was good, that would have been a ridiculously good split. That's not when that goes through. Yeah, dodge roll has iframes, that's why it's called dodge roll. It's just the iframes are very specific in KH1, you have to know how to time it well. I want Lionheart, which is that one. I want Omega Hearts, MP Rage on Donald, and I want Graviga on Customize. No. It's much less iframes than in KH2 and KH3. Or I guess maybe dodge roll in KH2 would be similar to level 1 dodge roll? I don't know how to phrase it. But yeah, invincibility from dodge roll in KH1 is very, very finicky, and you have to pretty much dodge. You basically have to dodge perfectly, and not that you can't just not dodge like at all in 2 or 3, but very strict in KH1. 2 and 3 I think have a little bit more leniency on the iframes you have to dodge attacks in those games, but 1 not so much. It's a bit hard to describe, but if you just see the visual representation of that, it probably isn't that bad. This match is going pretty slow. Yeah, honestly, even though it's certainly at face value not as complex as Cage 2 in the speedrun sense, or some of the other Cage games for that matter, oddly enough, Cage 1 has an extraordinary amount of depth to it that you probably wouldn't realize until you've seen a full development of strats in a few areas. It's very interesting. That's one of my favorite things about KH1 is that it's deceptively complex, or simple, however the phrasing is on that. There's a lot more going on than it seems. Like, there's a point and a reason to doing most actions at very specific animations of a lot of attacks in this game, and it's very interesting to see the execution of that. KH2 still definitely has a lot more technicalities with it in terms of working it out, but 1 does a pretty good job either way, I feel. I am losing big dick time. I should already be done with this seed, and I still have another wave to go. I think this is where the party ends, because this split's gonna be a travesty. I'm losing probably 35 seconds, and that's gonna be probably too much to come back from at this point. How late the run is. I can't beat this dude in 10 seconds, that's just not gonna happen. Ouch. Unless I pop off in this last 30 minutes, probably not, and even then RNG can still sway this run, so I don't know, man. That's really a time loss I can't afford right now. It is late, it's 3:30 in the morning right now. That was a pretty good fight. Come on. Divine Rose, and then I want this to be that. Shoot fire. Get in there. And, hope I don't get meteored. Otherwise, that's gonna suck. Really, dude? Wasting time. Well, damn, dude. Cool. I'm surprised it went that fast with how sloppy that second phase was. Okay. Well, this run has a chance out of OC to potentially be something, but it's still RNG. RNG is still gonna play a big role if this makes it or not. But we're not out yet. Thought we were after that last 10 rounds, but we're just barely clinging to something, so we'll see how ending treats us. I would honestly be shocked if I pull a small PB from this, like, regardless, but we'll see. It's not over yet, and I pretty much cannot afford any noteworthy mistakes at this point, or I can't PB. Very much a do or die kind of run right now. Either I play extremely well and I get lucky the next like 25 minutes, or that's it. Have to wait and find out. But it's very much splitting hairs right now. Yeah, I saved 20 out of 25 on Ice Titan, and then I best segmented Sephi, so, yeah. It was pretty good. I just wish I didn't lose like 30 seconds on the last 10 rounds of Hades Cup, otherwise I wouldn't have much to complain about. This dude's kind of being a pain right now. Thank you. I think that's a DM. Just in case it wasn't, not a bad idea to throw a gravity out, just so I'm ready for it. This is Zemnis that I'm fighting right now. From Org 13. Main antagonist of Cage 2. Oof. Just do something, man. Fucking Goofy gets this. I get that, I get this, and I get, that. And then I want this to be this, and that to be this. Okay. And now, pretty much the rest of this run hinges on, good RNG versus bad RNG, so let's find out. If I get first try spawns on everything, and I haven't forgotten anything, and then I have a decent in 1 and 2, then we're probably gonna PB. If special art list takes a very long time to show up, I probably won't PB. There's very little I can do to control what's going to happen next. I mean, there's definitely influence based on the opportunities that I have, but I'll have no choice but to just kind of run around until things spawn, and I can't control that. So this is a very dangerous position to be in, because it can go either way. Okay, good RNG for the spawn here. Now I just need Chimera not to be a dick. Pretty good. Good revisit. Should be saving 10 to 15 here. Maybe a little bit more if I'm super fast, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I think this is the best actually. That's good. Well, good start to clean up. Hopefully that's the quality of stuff I see for the rest of the run, because then we can actually pull something out here. So keep fingers crossed and hope that persists. Oh, please, come on. Please. My finger did the thing where it felt like I was pressing the button, but it just barely wasn't moving. I hated that. Trying to mash it so much I wasn't even lifting my fucking finger off the button there. That was stupid. Get in there. Oh no, please, Black Ballad, don't take 5 years. Thank you. No time save, but that's okay. Yo, JJ Vegeta. I lied, I saved a second. Don't get mad at me. This is the segment I'm worried about, though. Because it was the best in PB, and if, fucking... Grangos doesn't want to show up, this will very, very, very much hurt me, so... Is it faster to beat his minigame? Maybe, but it's a lot harder, and the way that it works is you need to either win or fail it 4 times in a row, or just 4 total times. So if you get it right, you need to make sure you get it right every single time. Otherwise, you end up just wasting time, so it's just better and a lot easier to just fail it on purpose. Nap time 1 is 100 Acre Wood. Okay, new strats here. A little bit. Different pathing. See how this works. This way. Cool, that was much faster than what I was doing before. Ah, fuck, camera was bad there. Thank you, King Joker. I appreciate the kind words. Welcome to Twitch. I hope we're doing well today. Keep going, dude. Just keep it up. Sturu with the webcam toggle. I'll get you with that in just a moment. Hold up. No, I did not forget anything in PB. Come on, man. Oh no. It took a while. Nice. That was a blessing in disguise that I whiffed that attack. Because I got finisher damage for that, so cool. Peter can potentially steal hits, and he offers nothing useful for this fight, and I want Goofy alive for the MP gift, mostly. You lock onto the clock hand and just press triangle, and that'll force him to attack that, which is a lot better so he doesn't hit Phantom when he has white hearts like this. That's actually a discovery that someone suggested in chat. I think it was Majoris like 2 or 3 days ago, and I was like, huh, that's a good idea. I'm surprised I didn't think of that earlier. So Majoris is basically 5-head for coming up with the idea to just force party to attack the hands like that. I'm probably gonna need, I'm probably gonna fall below 5 MP before that can do 2 full ticks around again, so I'm just gonna probably let Goofy die after this. Maybe not. We'll see. I just need 1 more MP gift and he's not very useful, so. There it is. Actually, no, yeah, there it is now. Looking at that, okay. Goofy, you can just kinda sit there and nothing bad will happen, don't worry. It'll be fine. Now, unfortunately, I don't think I can kill you in 1 more cycle here. Fuck, man, that would have been so nice. Just barely not enough damage for that. Still breaking even, which is fine, but I would have loved to have saved some time there. Wasn't expecting me to be up this late. Me neither. What's a sleep schedule, anyway? Alright, hopefully Neo Shadows don't take 5 years, and then hopefully after that, I find out that I haven't forgotten anything, so, fingers crossed. It begins. Also, that's not when that split goes through. I don't know why that happened like that. Okay. Now, hopefully Destiny Islands doesn't, get corroded by darkness and it's entirely gone here like last time. That'd be stupid. Oh my god! It's here. Nope. Oh, I thought he would have done his orb move again. Oh well. Evidently, this split has not gone very well because he's already losing time and the fight's not anywhere near over. Well, save the game and reload sometime late into the run, Richie. I did it right before Kurt Zisa, is what I usually do right now. Oh my god, how did I not get fucking punished for that? That was lucky. I dodged one at the complete wrong time and it didn't fuck me over. I'm surprised. You can have 19 MP as the max that's attainable through normal means, so you can actually get more through hacking the game, but 19 is the soft cap. Right now I have 14. Aroga does not make final fights faster. Aurora, it's nice to have. It's probably not necessary, to be honest, though. But since it's right next to a Dalmatian's chest, I pick it up anyway. Not a big deal. Please just do that. Thank you. This will be 353. So, well, at least I got something out of it, man. I really wish that I didn't make that huge fuck up mid-run, and I definitely could have gotten 352, which would have been, like, super nice, but I'll take 353. It's fine. Wish I could have ended off on a little bit of a better note, but at least I got it, man. And I even said, like, you know, maybe just a 30-second PB and I'd probably be okay, and I'm fine with that. I can always come back and optimize the time a little bit more if I need to, but it's unfortunate, man. 52/51 is definitely on the table, though, based on the mistakes that happened earlier. Take what I can get, man. Should take those. We take that. 353.53. Well, what a roller coaster of a run, dude. This was certainly something. Not necessarily the most proud of this run, because I was acting pretty moody during it, but I'm happy that I at least pulled something together. It's gonna be quite the VOD on YouTube. I have to make like a disclaimer in the comment section to not worry too much. I was just kind of going through the motions. It's a comeback story. I guess we'll put it that way. But sure, that's fine.